Good job. Good job, game capture. I'm proud of you. Guess what season it is? That's right. You better watch out. 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 It's December. Which means it's December. That's right. It's December. That means because it's December, it's December. Last we left off, well, we started Turnabout Reminiscence, and I forget what we did. I had to voice 3 old men, and that was something. We met several old men, and let's see. Stuff happened. We figured out that someone else was the culprit, but now Gumshoe's in a pickle. You may also notice I am without Iska Plush this time. That's because Inochi Session decided to bug out on me. So I'm using a different version of Puppet String to track my model, at the cost of not being able to have more than one model on the screen at once. But now you get to see my little hat. Actually, I finished rigging it today. I drew the assets for it like weeks ago. But anyway, here we are at September the 10th, 4:45 p.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby. We see Gumshoe is right behind me, and he's very angry. That guy is not doing so well, and that guy is also he's broken the water machine. Whoopsie. I managed to finish dinner before I started stream. Sir? What is to become of the trial into the Codopian Embassy staff member's murder? That's right. The victims... Yeah, that's right, because we're doing stuff. Excuse me. Oh god, how do I do this? I need to channel Tim Curry again. Indeed. Since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here, prematurely. Well, that sucks.
Huh. Looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut.
Yes. Veterans of the previous veterans of the Ace Attorney series will remember that in what year was it? Trials and Tribulations Case 4. His original that case there was a flashback case, and it was his trial debut. I suppose it can't be helped. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. And if you remember how that case ended... Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Codopian NBC staff member? and the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivete.
Excuse me.
Outrageous circus? Right, sir. Sorry. I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case.
Pa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you?
I'll consider it.
Oh man, that always means no.
Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation. Whatever for? I know that there's already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there's not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt. The perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. Sir, you're a jackass.
Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders?
Oh, you can't see it behind my head. Oh, maybe you can. But he's clutching at his shoulder. However, this predates the... No, wait. I'm a dingus. This is after DL6. I've been having a terrible time with math this week.
Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience. Wouldn't you agree?
If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish. Then you're allowing us to continue. In court, your top priority is to win. And a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. I'm going home. Edgeworth, Franziska, see to it I'm not disturbed, save for the results of your competition. Yes, sir.
Of course, Papa.
Franziska, thank you.
What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on.
Yes, just as you wished.
I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth.
I know I don't have enough information yet. So my first order of business will be to question anyone involved in this case.
Oh.
Good job.
Miles Edgeworth!
Yes?
What is the meaning of this bulletin board? Why are there so few trials posted?
It would appear that the entire week is devoted to Mr. Rell's trial.
Is the crime rate really that low in this country? Or maybe the police lack the proper motivation to get out there and catch the criminals?
I'm afraid I can't comment on that. However, I can say I have my doubts about the younger detectives.
Sounds to me like they're in need of a stricter hand. And I'll start my discipline regimen with that pathetic, filthy-coated detective.
I feel bad for the big guy, and yet I can find no suitable reason to stop her. That was not what I was hoping to look at. Oh, goodness gracious. I'll just use my keyboard. I can't stop the water, sir! It seems that the man who was here earlier broke it by drinking from it too much. How would... What? Did the stopper come out?
A bunch of fools who pretended to not see the foolishly foolish actions of a foolish fool?
Well then, why don't you lend the officer a hand?
As if I should have anything to do with this.
Franziska, you're pointing the wrong way.
Besides, that water-drinking fool's mouth is the thing that officer should be covering. Let's give that officer a description of the water guzzler later.
She seems to have quite the grudge. Sounds to me like someone wanted a drink. Oh dear. Oops. Wow! This thing is so incredibly detailed! My inner modeling fanboy is impressed! I'm not exactly a fan of plastic models per se, but even I can sense the superb quality of this model.
I simply cannot comprehend how that man can feel so much love for such a trifle.
Well, you've never known love, have you? Oh, I see.
You're a disciple of my father, so you would do well to guard yourself against an interest in such unproductive things.
Yes. Perhaps I should take up whipping people like the young lady over here. God damn.
Hello.
What's the matter, officer? Why did you waggle your finger at him? What? What? What was that about? I've been standing here for forever, sir, and I really need to go to the bathroom. Why don't you just make a quick trip? The nearest one isn't that far, is it? No, it's a short way down the hall beyond these doors, but I don't want to be blamed for anything that might happen while I'm gone. So I'm gonna hold it. Hold it? No, you shouldn't do that. Perhaps Detective Gumshoe can be a positive influence on the force after all. What does that mean? What do you mean? Sir, nothing to report, sir. Wait. Is there no one who will make this man take responsibility for his actions on the job?
Looks like we have no choice but to report this to Papa. Then this guy can have fun in a waking nightmare after being awakened from his dream.
I don't know if I like how that was worded. Actually, let's not. I kind of feel sorry for him now. Let's talk to Gumshoe, seeing as he's the one in the big troubles. It wasn't me, I tell ya. I didn't do anything wrong. Yes, I understand, so let's just calm down, okay, buddy? I doubt I'll get anything useful from the detective while he's this agitated. It's a bookshelf. What's this? Judge's Trial Exchange Log. It appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of the judges are laid out here on these pages.
There's nothing about the court in here. It's just page after page of unrelated dribble.
Judging by the content, they're very enthusiastic about the courthouse's daily menu. And it would appear that fried oysters are a favorite. Fried oysters? Ugh. I don't know how I feel about that. Then again, I've only had oysters one time.
I have no use for such foolishly foolish words from that foolishly foolish crowd.
Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of this country's judiciary. Oh no, it's worse.
Alright, let's talk to her. Miss
You?
Miss you, that's it.
Oh, it's you, Edgeworth, and... who are you? Wait. You were at the crime scene just now, weren't you?
You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Franziska von Karma, and I am about to become the successor to the family name.
About to? I guess that means that for now, you're just another kid. Still. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are.
What?
Why are you whipping me?
I don't hit girls.
Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. I am terribly sorry, but I do have a few more questions to ask you. Oh, look at you! Eyebrows scratched, lines on your forehead, and the task of you. What exactly is so funny? Sorry, I'm just bad at dealing with super serious atmospheres. Apparently, they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. I feel much better now. So, what was it you wanted to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bad. Why? We had a little something to discuss. That's all.
Oh.
Making myself actually laugh is like making me real dizzy. So, I take it that you are acquaintances with Detective Bad? Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KG-8 incident. Detective Bad's also related to the incident? That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth?
Miles Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KG-8 incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu?
The victim of that case, CCU, was my little sister.
Oh. Oh shit. I fucked up just then, didn't I?
You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him. The way she... goodness gracious. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Oh, and speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday... I'd say they met up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. That's interesting. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. I see. He did mention that he was in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail. Excuse me. It is the evening. Let's ask her about the Atagarsu. Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Atagarsu? The Atagarsu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself. But I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies. The Atagarsu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know.
Alright then. Perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives?
You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma? Franziska, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully or we may be sued by you.
There! I chose carefully, just like you wanted. Huh?
That just now was hilarious, little Missy.
Of course it was.
What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight?
And? So in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I have to say, I had never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany.
The Yatagarasu deals in information. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath. Namely, in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info, and then makes it public for all to see.
Huh. Vigilante or not, this person sounds like just another criminal to me.
I suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief. Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. Oh my goodness. I need to sip. Ugh.
That should help.
The time of the murder. You claim that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad.
But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess?
We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. And what did you talk with Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more. Bloody. When she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway, or about lobby 2. I see. Sorry. I was just adjusting my camera. Talk to me about Mackerel, Miss Yu. Excuse me. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackerel. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu. Is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KG-8, I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. He just made that up. He made it up? Mr. Rell's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras. But there's no footage of him sneaking into the Kodopian embassy itself.
Hold on for just 1 second. Then you mean to say that you knew he was not the real Yatagarasu? And that he was just another cold-blooded killer? And you were ready to defend him?
Yeah, little missy. It's my job. Yes, that's right. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals. No! Ugh.
That's why defense lawyers are so detestable. But they are no match for us von Karmas.
I don't believe it! You're serious! Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG-8 incident, alright? And for that, you've not a single qualm about defending a known killer. For once, I use the word allegedly in its proper place. Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him ever. So don't you dare suggest that I was going to. I'm sorry. Forgive my rashness. I suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now.
Alright.
Ah, my eyes feel funny. You know, when you get out of breath and your eyes feel funny. Hopefully I don't need to voice her for another while. Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. Ouch!
As am I.
I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that. I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective, I really didn't. Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you. Have a heart, pal! But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about, if you really are innocent, that is. That is a mean thing to talk, say. That's right. Hey, pal. Go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will ya? I would have done so even had you not requested me to, Detective. Native. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry? I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as a detective, I reported in at my usual post instead of at the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really late. And that's when he gave me that huge speech.
Ah, I remember doing the exact same thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom.
How pathetic for the detective to become comparable to a mere schoolchild. Oh. Oh dear. I'm no better myself. Whenever Friday rolled around at my elementary school and we had to do like a special Friday class, because it changed basically every term, I kept getting lost and ending up in like the wrong classes. And they had to send people to find me and bring me to the right ones. And that went on for, I think, up until like halfway through 6th grade, I think. I was not good at directions. What happened during recess? You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to Lobby 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom? Earlier, around 20 past 3, and from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn. So I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday.
And yet, something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty.
Manpower? I don't know what that means. No! Your words sting worse than your whip, pal. So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard.
What's the next step for you, buddy?
Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me? No. Not a thing, pal. If this was part of the original trilogy, this is where we'd get out the Magatama.
In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying on your personage.
Ah! Wait! You can't do that!
I can and I will! Oh. There's nothing of any particular value here.
Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know. And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket?
Where?
Hands off, pal!
Just show it to us already.
What? Ow! Annual bonus check within. $5 total? Except there's no check inside. Oh, Gumshoe! You've had your luck, now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. $5? I just got it and cashed it today. I literally had no cash on me up until I did, you know.
And they just keep cutting your salary.
Over time. My buddy, my dude. So that envelope's really special to me. Now give it back.
You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry. We'll throw it away for you later.
How could you? Oh, that's evidence now. Annual bonus of $5. Literally had no money on him until he cashed it out. I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now. I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there is one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood, but please make it brief, sir. Ah, my eyelids feel funny. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. What? Wrong way. Wait, can I go in there? I can go in there! What?
Any day now, I'll be taking my rightful place behind this bench.
By that time, I should already be standing here.
It'd be downright disgraceful if I beat you to it, wouldn't it?
If that were to happen, Franziska, I'll eat my cravat. It's the defense attorney's bench. I'd probably be standing on this side of the courtroom if that incident hadn't happened.
What are you thinking about? Lately, the more wrinkly your face becomes, the less I'm able to read what you're thinking. My telepathy powers must be fading.
Well, I never! I'll have you know I don't have a single wrinkle upon my youthful brow.
How old is he again?
Okay, so she's 13 right now, which means... okay, he's... I mean, how old was he in the first game? 25... wait, no, wait. If Franziska is 18 in the second game, and I think Edgeworth was 25... That's a 7-year... Wait. I'm not... I told you I'm not... I don't have my math brain on me today. Oh? I could just come back here? What?
This must be the judge's desk. You could tell by the gavel sitting on top.
I had a dream once that I was being squashed from above by this gavel.
You are such a weakling, Miles Edgeworth.
You have no idea how frightening it was.
Da-da-da! Da-da-da-da-da!
Oh, I got an achievement for that.
Ha!
But yeah, that was the... I'm pretty sure that was the same as the dream Phoenix had it in case 1 of Justice for All. Turnabout Bananas. That's not the actual name of it, I just can't remember it.
It's the viewing gallery. This is where the riffraff sit when they come to watch.
It's situated at the same height as the judge's bench. I wonder if that's to represent the intense scrutiny of each and every case from all sides. Except you all don't have a jury.
Miles Edgeworth, are you or are you not man enough to stand up to all those eyes?
What sort of... Of course I'm man enough.
This is the defendant's spot.
Oh wait, no. That's the
Is this the witness stand?
I never remember. And also, I'm pretty sure... Yeah. Australia... The courthouse in my local Australia does not look like this, either. Here's the witness stand.
I'll make sure that each and every person that ever stands here will be found guilty.
There are others besides the defendant that stand at this podium, you know.
I don't care. Just make sure you never end up standing at one of these.
Turnabout goodbyes, everyone.
Or you'll be sorry.
Except, Franziska wasn't there for that. I'll keep that in mind. He should be thankful Franzi wasn't there. Then. Alright, what are we presenting? Ah, yes. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal. Then you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct? Yup. Not even a single ant passed through that hall while I was on duty.
This is where you'd feel the Magatama pulse. Be like, huh, I don't think he's being honest.
You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself? Huh? Oh. But it's true. I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can even imagine.
Like a teleportation scroll?
Or
a hitman? Or they wore a paper bag on their head and just... You didn't see that?
So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie.
Would you go to the bathroom?
But why would he do so given the situation he's in? I mean, I say this, but I do know why. I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobbies is in order.
Baby!
You! I forgot she did that. No!
How could you have not noticed that coming?
Oh, I have tears in my eyes now. Gah!
Ah,
My eyes are stinging now. Ugh. Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier? Hold on. I need to... Sorry. My hand's in front of my face, it means my thing can't track properly. Ah! Ah! I mean... that should do it. I feel a little better. The stinging has subsided for now. Though I wonder if... maybe next time that happens I should just grab the eye drops that are across my room. Huh.
thanks. It's exactly what I needed.
Kids can sometimes be so cruel. Yes.
It looks like she dropped something. A Swiss roll.
Says courthouse special on it. Mmm. Oh, I do love a good Swiss roll. I haven't had one in such a long time. The other day I got a pecan tart from a place and it was really nice.
Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead.
I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time we meet. I believe I've asked all I need to of this man. Now for the detective bad and the judge.
We have to confirm who's correct. The judge or that scruffy face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of Lobby 2 next, then.
I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Franziska? She's walked out of the way. That's good. The other two old men I got a voice. September 10, the District Court hallway.
Ants!
So, did you see anything else? No, I don't think so. I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. No, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, Detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. My shoelaces have gotten loose. Oh, you're that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right? My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor.
And I'm Manfred von Karma's daughter, Franziska von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor.
Ah! I bit my tongue. Are you all right, Your Honor?
As for him, just Edgeworth is fine.
Apparently, somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title.
No envy there.
Oh, very well then. I should call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Immediately lost my judge voice. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony. Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth? I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw. All right, after all, it is my duty to clarify my testimony as defender of the law. I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I'll need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements.
All right. Oops, that was the wrong button.
I meant to click the W button for go up.
Fast foods and milk. It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods.
Just lovely. What will they think of next?
Don't be a jerk in court like those beef jerks. One packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk. 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end.
Oh my god! Ah! Oh my god! For $6. Oh, I can't do that one. Oh, that's a lot.
They're awfully overpriced.
The lineup's simply awful, period. Yeah, I bet that beef jerky isn't even flavored.
Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll little girl dropped is from this machine.
I was wondering about that myself.
Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. The end of what?
Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose it means one should eat these during recess?
You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh?
I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2, after all.
We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me.
If If you want, we can pull our money and buy a pack together.
If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it.
Well, don't even want to share with your big little brother. Incredible.
Milk, $7.
What exactly is that supposed to mean? Defendant's fresh milk?
I bet it means that the milk is freshly milked by various defendants on trial right now.
Oh, I'm glad that was her interpretation. No, I think that... No, I think it might mean that this was milked right here from the various defendants.
Miles Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious.
Of course not. Oh my god. Oh, that took me out. Oh, that took me right out. Oh, I'm out of here. Oh god. I need a minute. When it's looking bad, blind your opposition with submerge. Are they promoting violence?
Don't worry. My whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long.
What would be worse? Orange juice in the eyes or hot coffee? Actually, they're both bad. The orange juice would be painful. The coffee would blind you. And scar you for probably life. Compared to the sting of a whip, the sting of orange juice may not be so bad. Yeah. And at least you could flush out orange juice. If you have like a water flushing station on hand. Hot dog, $7. It doesn't even look good. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. It looks like this slogan was decided through a public contest. No way in hell a person of the public would get that to win. And the winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne? Who the hell is that?
What a pathetic slogan. No presents at all. Now, if it were up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in a Von Karma's hands, everyone in court would be found guilty dogs. What does that have to do with hot dogs?
Objection!
Overruled.
Beef jerky. Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. I see.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun?
Do you really think they put that much effort into the product name?
Even a foolish fool could understand the foolish thinking of the fool who made it up.
What?
You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad. And I'm now utterly famished.
If you wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was ask like a normal person. Don't let the prosecution and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you. Huh?
It sounds like it is directed at that ham of a judge.
Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. There's nothing unusual about this area. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Aha! Eh? Oh, I thought that was an actual dollar bill.
Dang it. What else can I look at? Is that everything here?
I guess it is.
I can look at them.
Courthouse special Swiss rolls. Is this thing sold somewhere on the premises?
I don't recall seeing a restaurant of any sort in this courthouse.
I somehow doubt you'd find junk food like this on a restaurant menu, Franziska.
Well then, where do they sell these things,
A convenience store, I suppose.
If courts had convenience stores, that would make them...
Like, you'd be able to get lunch easier if you were on jury duty.
Well, I'm sure there's no convenience store in this courthouse, Miles Edgeworth.
Ugh. Where in the world did this come from?
Where indeed? What is this guy doing? Hey, what are you doing?
Did you find something, officer? I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on, just a little further.
Is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue?
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we can deem useful here.
It doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area.
I suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else. Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer? Nope, just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir.
I guess we know all of the players in this case then, huh?
It would appear that way, but I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. And I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in this crime scene somewhere.
Young judges for justice. He's making a most ridiculous looking face.
That may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who'd tell a lie on purpose.
I suppose. But to a von Karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight.
Of course. At any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. Fire extinguisher! There are no signs that this fire extinguisher was used in the crime.
If you could already tell from a distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it?
Also, who are you pointing at? Franciscan, let's not try to rush absolute genius. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. No, hold up. Dang it. What else can we look at? Let's look at this pile of ads. Hey, a thing. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Cactus!
Ah!
What's the matter?
I pricked myself on one of this cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp. Is this your first time seeing a cactus in person?
Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case.
Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related.
What do you mean? Oh. Well then, I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related.
Oh, I don't remember the cactus. Huh. What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. Rubber? I feel like I've seen something like this before.
Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a litterer running loose inside this courthouse, it is simply unforgivable.
Ah! It's not like it was I was the one who littered it.
Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin.
Ah! Stop hitting me with that thing! I can look outside. However, I doubt that the killer could have escaped through here.
Of course not. This is the 3rd floor, after all.
It appears that bars were installed on this to prevent people from falling out.
Bars? What bars?
Can you not see them from your vantage point?
Are you implying that I am short?
Wha- I must remember not to bring up that taboo subject again. Oh, that was the bit.
Ants.
The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size.
Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karman name and not be squished under it, you'd better work extra hard, just like these ants. Develop a fine exoskeleton and perhaps a pair of plier jaws.
The same goes for you, Franziska. Become as ants.
No, there's nothing else. I'm pretty sure that's everything.
Oh, I thought we got that piece of... Oh, it's in logic. That's why. No human can climb through these barred windows. Windowsill cactus. Pink piece of trash. Nothing I can figure out at the moment. Wait.
Oh! I missed this bit.
I missed the little arrow. The dirt on this bench smells like some sort of sweet substance.
I can't believe there is someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame!
Hold it!
Calm down, Franziska. It's just leather. It'll wash out. Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you?
Huh. I suppose it could be.
Which means, excuse me, perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench.
I see. And then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob.
You there, lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Sir, yes, sir. I've got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. And do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh. Interesting. Good work, officer.
And there you have it.
Yes, I suppose so.
Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench.
I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways.
And the rest of the ants. What are these black speckles?
I believe it's a pile of ants eating away.
Oh, that detective. He claims that not a single ant slipped by him. And yet, here is a whole hill of them.
Yeah! What are you hitting me for?
As a replacement for that pathetic detective.
Ah. Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts.
Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating.
From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll.
That's one logic thing done.
Or that will be done.
Mayor's Edgeworth. The courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times.
Ah! It wasn't me that dropped food on the ground.
The courthouse must be kept clean.
Yeah! Ow! Ants are pouring out of a hole in this bench as well. I wonder if the inside of this bench consists of nothing but ants.
Don't you dare continue with that gross line of thought.
I'm sorry.
Is that everything?
Nothing unusual about this area. Oops.
I'm gonna go back to here and see.
Ah, okay.
We can queue.
Hopefully this is right. I just realized how low my hit points are. Whew. These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll?
A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that?
It may not seem like the right venue, however it is being sold right over there.
The vending machine. Ah, I see. Stay neutral as this fish do until the end with these. 2 for $6. Talk about expensive.
Still couldn't say it with a straight face, but I got through it. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll purchased from this machine. Yeah. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now.
Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I?
Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. Ah! And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench.
Ugh. How could he not have cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable.
Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made... It wasn't my... I wasn't... sorry, the way that was worded just threw me for a loop. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts.
A contradiction? Where?
I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order.
Ah, yes. But before that, let's talk to the judge. No. Not you. Monsieur le Judge.
Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder? Do you suspect me of something? No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor. Very well, you may continue with your testimony. Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. Oh! I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony. I'm beginning to sense that I may want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. Oh, you're going to be failing step 1. Oh. About every time except for... I think 3-5. Or at least the first part. Ah! Wrong button. Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. It's true. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That's the window to the men's restroom. You don't say. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. But can you see in... How far can you see into the men's restroom from the hallway? What? When I was going into the restroom, that detective, Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore. Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally? Oh, I'm really sorry. Please, let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Sorry, I was adjusting my microphone's, capture. Don't mind me. Apparently, this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. The restroom window, huh?
I wonder if you can really see the men's bathroom window from that one there.
You can. I'm looking at it right now.
I demand that you show me this video at once. Get onto your knees. I'm going to stand on your shoulders.
I suspect that her height is what's limiting her ability to see. That's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now? That nature is really calling. Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor. Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime.
The judges in this country seem rather friendly.
However, I hear they are known to hand down very fair verdicts.
Let's talk to Mr. Bad.
Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about.
Hey! How about doing some actual work, you?
I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess.
You're getting in the way of the investigation.
I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself. Plus, I still hold investigative authority. I'm just really getting into this.
Dun, 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 dun.
This reminds me of, there's a handheld spin-off game of The Sims called The Herbs on the Nintendo DS. This is just making me think of that. I should play that again someday. About Detective Gumshoe.
So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here. Faraday. That guy was just accused, you know? I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me.
Your manly intuition? A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
Hold it!
Franziska, I think you need to apologize.
I'm sorry.
I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please, continue. I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up. And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad? Yeah. I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered the hallway, we ran into you. As in Miss Callisto, you. She told us that Faraday was really mad. And that he dragged Rel off to Lobby 2 to have a word or something.
Huh, that's basically the exact same thing she said to us.
And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them.
Oh, she didn't tell us that bit, I don't think.
So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside. And around what time did all of that take place? Let's see. I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway. Not once.
Oh, and how can you make such a claim?
One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't. If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to?
That's simple. He must have gone into lobby 2, just as I suspected.
Miss Yu and I. We were in lobby 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe. It would seem that I am still missing some key pieces of information.
The gunshot.
Detective Bad, you also had the gunshot, did you not? Yeah. I heard it when I was in Defendant Lobby 1. That's why I came running towards Lobby 2, together with Miss Yu. How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene? Less than a minute. What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot? I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall and raced into Lobby 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies. In that order.
That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right?
Yeah? I guess it does, little miss.
I am about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else.
You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss.
You wouldn't dare!
Just joking.
Ah!
Man. Bad's good.
Detective Bad is really something if he can make Franziska behave.
Yeah. Maybe he's a dad. Dad bad.
Are we about done? Is there anything else I should ask him about?
Oh, shoot.
Time he heard the gunshot, place he heard the gunshot, situation around the gunshot?
Situation?
I'd like to know more about the circumstances under which you heard the gunshot. Like I said, I was in lobby number 1 with Miss Yu. I have nothing else to add. Well, his testimony certainly corroborates with what Miss Yu said.
Miles, you already asked him about that, remember?
Oh, I guess the time he heard the gunshot? I'm glad this doesn't penalize me.
I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot. It was around the end of the recess. The trial was about to start again. I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't going to show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him or he'd be late. But just as I thought that, bang, the sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. So, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh?
Okay. That's gonna be important.
Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste.
Oh, come now. All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing.
I get the sense that he is somewhat investigating this crime scene. Or rather, that he's keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer? I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place. Nope. Plane's going over.
Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles.
You may no longer be willing to help us, however... May I ask for the Forensic Scientists Corporation? Do as you like.
Okay.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
As they say.
Swiss rolls, $6.
Eureka!
Eureka! There's clearly a contradiction here.
Do you think so?
I think there's one. I think there should be one.
Do not anger me with such a foolish game of semantics, Miles.
Gah! I'd better look a bit more carefully through my evidence once again.
Wait. Hold on. I need to go back and talk to Gumshoe. I am unable to. Okay, so we already under the impression that Gumshoe did buy a Swiss roll. Oops. But he wouldn't have been able to afford it if he only had $5 on him.
Eureka!
About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage.
Just how poor is that guy?
If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a packet of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we did find cake crumbs on the floor.
Meaning, Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow.
Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is, how?
I know how.
I can't believe they're selling Swiss rolls like these in vending machines these days.
Yes, and I can't believe it's $6 for two. I mean, who charges that much for a common as junk food?
Franziska, if you want one, all you have to do is buy one for yourself.
But I'm working right now. It won't do for me to eat while there's a case to be solved.
Your idea of working is vastly different from mine.
Is there anything we can present? Nope, that's nothing.
What a narcissist. He'd rather look at his face than the evidence.
Don't trust your eyes all the time, little girl. I can see the evidence. And keep an eye on the two of you with this mirror.
What? Then why don't you answer?
Because I've got nothing to say. That's all. Understood. Why couldn't you have just said that at the beginning?
There we go. That's the skippy button. Nope, that's also nothing.
Faraday. Sounds like you lost someone close to you. It was a battle buddy. We fought through a lot together. A boy with a silver spoon in his mouth couldn't possibly understand society's dark underbelly. Ugh. Though honestly, I suppose he's right. I don't have anyone I relate to in that way. Well, it's not as though I long for someone like that. Nor am I good at getting close.
You'll meet someone like that someday. Maybe. That's nothing. That's nothing. Oh, he has nothing to say on the dagger, I guess. I guess because it's not really that pertinent.
KG8 incident. I heard you were involved in this case. Oh, whoops. I heard you were involved in this case as well. Yeah. That's all you have to say? It was an unpleasant case that I don't wish to recall. I got a lot of regrets I'll never forget related to that. Regrets I'll take to the grave. Does he really have that many regrets? On the other hand, thinking back on what I know, I suppose he just might.
Yes, what is it?
Hallway window.
So, according to the judge, someone looking through the west room window that you can see from the window at the end of this hall can see into this hall.
What?
According to the judge, someone looking... Help me read this. According to the judge, someone looking through the restroom window that you can see from the window at the end of this hall can see into this hall? Wait, hold on. So according to the judge, someone looking through the restroom window that you can see from the window at the end of this hall can see into this hall. Okay. This bit and that bit were meant to be one bit. So you have that bit, then this whole big bit, and then that bit. Now I understand it. It's just a very long run-on sentence. I wonder exactly how true that statement is, don't you?
Well, it is... well, it is possible to get pretty clear view of this hallway from that restroom.
Is there really a men's bathroom window through the window at the end of the hall?
Of course. Can you not see it?
Huh?
Ah!
I demand that you show me this view at once!
I suppose I should go examine that window once again anyway.
Oh, goodness. We've gathered so much information, but they feel like just random fragments to me. I wonder what really happened here.
Random fragments. No matter how unrelated they may seem at first, they might actually fit together somehow.
I grow tired of your inner monologues. Say something!
Ah!
I'm going to end up in pieces before I can piece the logic together thanks to that whip.
Okay.
I already checked this area earlier, but it never hurts to take another look. Wait. This...
Scent of flowers. Somebody had... I think the idea here is that someone had to have moved through the window. And for that, they would have to move the cactus. I think that's the idea? Someone did go through this?
No. The pieces don't fit together quite right.
Shoot!
Okay, I'll try this.
Nope. Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of logic.
Game over?
Oh! This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon.
That's right. I suppose that's possible. That's right, I forgot. Baby K did have a little balloon with her.
The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus.
That would be the logical conclusion, yes.
Oh, now we get the balloon piece.
I see.
At least that healed me.
I believe I now have a very firm grasp on what happened here.
Well, I do too.
All right, Franziska. Would you care to share what conclusions you've come to?
Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead.
It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first, we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony.
5:15 p.m. Normally, that would be when, work is over for the day in most courthouses. At least in my local Australia.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up.
Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect?
In a sense, I suppose you could say that.
Even you, a judge, are nothing but a common witness before a Von Karma.
Silence in the courtroom! Silence, I say! Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von Karma and... Hold up. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von Karma Miles Edgeworth and Miss Genius Prosecutor, successor to Manfred von Karma Francis...
You bit your tongue again, didn't you?
As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony.
Now, Judge, I trust you on that.
You could even place me under oath if you want.
Very well then. Your testimony, if you please.
Cross-examining the judge. What I saw at recess. During the recess, I went to the restroom. There's a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. Oh, so that's how it goes. Okay. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he'd completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me.
Your Honor, could you please try to remain calm?
Huh? I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement.
What time is it right now? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. Ooh.
forgive me, I need to check on something. Just very quickly check on a thing. That should be okay. I think I'll leave that window open for the moment. I'll get to that later. I was just turning off my nightlight settings. During the recess, I went to the restroom.
Hold it!
I know it's a nothing statement, but Your Honor, why exactly did you pay a visit to the restroom, if I may ask?
Huh? Well, isn't it obvious? What else do you go to the restroom for? Or maybe, I knew it. You suspect me of some sort of tomfoolery, don't you?
But please stay calm, Your Honor. This is going to be much harder than I anticipated.
I'm sorry. You're right. I need to think things through with a level head. I'm just nervous because so much has happened today with this trial. Let's see. I announced a recess and a time for us to reconvene. But having done all of that, I still wasn't able to go to the restroom right away.
And why couldn't you?
Mr. Faraday had been accused, so I had paperwork to process regarding a new prosecutor. Once I finished that, I was finally able to make a mad dash to the restroom.
You're telling me this wasn't a nothing statement?
At least he stayed consistent on the going to the restroom part of his testimony.
Huh?
There's a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway.
Hold it!
Your Honor, did you really go to the men's restroom?
What's the meaning of that statement?
I simply meant that perhaps you went to a restroom on a different floor?
I had to go for such a long time. It was all I could do to dash to the closest one to the courtroom.
I suppose that's only natural given the circumstances.
I ran from the courtroom through this floor's main lobby and down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see there's a window just above the urinals.
Huh. And it was through that window that you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor?
Yes, exactly!
Your Honor, there's no need to yell. I can hear you just fine.
Oh, I guess I put a little too much into that last answer. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines.
Hold it!
Are you sure that the person you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure. It's hard to miss someone of his stature, even from as far away as the restroom. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and the big beige coat.
Well, I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw.
What? Preposterous. My eyes are sharp as can be, ready to see through lies to the truth. Although recently things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be.
Clearly his eyes are not the only things that have gone fuzzy.
But allow me to say with all... Sorry. Allow me to say with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I'm not mistaken in what I saw. When I was about to exit the restroom, he completely disappeared.
Hold it!
He disappeared. But Your Honor, didn't you just say, I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines?
Oh, yes, I did.
The restroom window looks over the courtyard and right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look and there was no one in sight. That led me to the only solution to this mystery. Yes, the detective must have gone into the crime scene, lobby 2 at that point!
So he looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard, did he?
Oops. The detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me!
Your Honor, I ask that you please remain calm.
No. I'm perfectly calm. Perfectly calm.
You're being anything but perfectly calm.
It appears that His Honor could not have been mistaken in what he saw.
I suppose so, given his line of sight. However, Francisco, why do you suppose our lines of sight are so different?
If you are referring to my height,
Can't you hold that whip still for just 1 second? Now, about His Honor's testimony. I believe his line of sight to be an important factor.
if it's that important, why don't you hurry up and tell him already?
I will, but there's one more thing I need to do if I'm to correct His Honor's testimony. I'm going to need to retrace Detective Gumshoe's movements.
Okay. Is it this one I need to present? He's this.
Objection!
Yeah. Alright.
Oh, what was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone's giving testimony?
If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by.
Myers Edgeworth, it is one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. We're not in a video game. Don't be silly.
This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me.
What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who's the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness.
If you must know, the uncouth bench sullier has already been placed under arrest, thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor.
Oh! Well, that's good, but who was it?
We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench. Namely, Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Not happy with committing just murder? He had to go and dirty the courthouse too? Guilty!
Your Honor, please calm down. While it is true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we've not yet established that his action is related to the double murder.
What do you mean?
I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true.
Oh! But I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom?
It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francisca herself was unable to see out of that window. Ooh, that one was delayed. I Knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom.
Run!
It seems that you have made the connection. Excuse me. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window... Yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight.
What?
Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time.
Sorry. Hold it. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it.
Is there something of value that you'd like to say?
Yes, actually, there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time.
Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he?
That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right?
What I saw, Pat, too. I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. How was that? That's the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others.
Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time?
I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words.
I'm sorry. But honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now.
Now that he mentions it, right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that.
Was there someone celebrating a birthday during recess? I could have sworn I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson.
The most critical point in this argument is, when did the judge look into the hallway? And whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. Can't see a seated person from the restroom window. I think that's a nothing statement.
However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot.
Hold it!
Your Honor, about what you just said.
I know! I couldn't believe...
Oh no, he's doing an old bag.
Ah! I know I couldn't believe it myself, but I heard it! Bang went the gunshot. I heard it loud and clear, and then I had a knee-jerk reaction. Ah! And I jumped into the air, like this. Yeah, just like this, really quick. Ah!
Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Now that I must gather myself, yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know. I looked. There was no one there.
This judge's emotional circuits appear to be stuck on overreact.
At this point, nothing stands out to me as a contradiction in his testimony.
Franziska, if I'm correct, this testimony is hardly precision quality.
I know that.
And that's why I said at this point.
I think my first line of attack will be to draw more information from His Honor.
Doesn't mean the detective was sitting there when he looked. When did you look?
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway?
After I called for recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened. Yes, that sounds about right.
Huh. Just as I expected.
What were you expecting? I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for.
Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony.
All right, if you insist. I looked into that hallway about 20 minutes before we were to convene.
Let's press.
Hold it!
20 minutes before we reconvened. Very well, what'd you do after that?
Let's see, I had to make some preparations, so I rushed straight back to the courtroom. I also had to track down a few pieces of paperwork for the various bailiffs.
So you rushed back to the courtroom despite having just heard a gunshot?
Well, at the time, I thought it was just the sound of a noise popper. I really couldn't think of any other explanation than someone having a birthday party. But now that this has happened.
I see. Thinking back, the judge did mention something to that effect when we reconvened.
Now, da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. It's one of these. Right before the trial was about to begin.
Objection!
There we are.
I cannot allow you to make an objection.
What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection.
Egads! I've been overruled!
Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste.
What do you mean by that?
You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that's simply not possible.
Huh? Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von... Ah!
Instead of biting...
Eek!
What was that?
Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite your tongue on those preposterous names?
I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Franziska.
Fuck the elderly. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back. Or the front.
With your height, you'd need a stepladder or 4 to accomplish that.
Mr. Edgeworth. My ears aren't that far gone yet, I'll have you know. I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears.
Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. And according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again.
What did you just say?
Meow meow. Hi. Welcome to our chat. How you doing?
Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction?
Doing good, love my little Santa hat. Thanks!
I rigged it just today. Like a few hours before I went live.
That can't be!
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
But I heard it clear. I heard it clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot.
Sound of the gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence. I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard.
'Twas a balloon!
Take that!
On a cactus!
I found this object in the hallway earlier.
What's that pink substance?
It may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon.
Oh, I see. And I suppose you'd like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record.
Love that it made the sound, too. Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony.
What?
Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there's no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant's lobby 2. Am I correct?
And look, I even gave it some physics.
Yes, that's exactly right.
My little hat.
Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun?
Ah!
Yeah.
I think I've said enough that even you can figure out the rest out. Whoops, I misread that. I think I've said enough that even you can figure the rest out on your own.
And thank you, I think I did a pretty good job on the little Santa hat.
Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot.
Oh, what manner of trickery is this?
Just for the holiday seasons. That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it were me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified.
Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it begins?
Oops, I just straighten myself up. Unshrimp myself.
Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this?
That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse.
I want to trade these coins with you.
That's it! The balloon that girl was holding. It explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy.
Aw, who knew that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do?
Yeah.
What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I'll see to it myself that he's released.
Wait. There are still a few things I've yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe.
Detective.
But why? I thought we just cleared his name.
Whether we did just now or not, I still can't say. The only thing I can do for now is continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway.
Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom.
I must fulfill my mission, find the perfect explanation to this case. I'll look through every nook and cranny.
District Court, Courtroom 3! Let's take a sippy.
What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal, I didn't do it. I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe.
No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that.
No, 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 no. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that.
Oh, why can't you guys be a little less judgmental?
Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part.
Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We've yet to prove he's completely innocent of this crime.
I guess so.
What are you guys talking about? In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember, you are not on trial. This is all just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony...
No! My whip will object, loud and clear.
If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood? I got you, pal. Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case.
I'm just gonna go quickly change up some lights. Just give me a sec. Here I am, back again.
I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of Lobby 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear, it wasn't me, pal.
He is still singing the same tired tune.
In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information I need out of him.
Rebuttal! Came down here to do some orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of Lobby 2. That's his right. From that time on until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. What's this?
You claim to have been in the hallway the whole time. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway? Of course I did something. I guarded the door to Lobby 2, pal. What else? Very well then. And what exactly does guarding that door entail? Well, to put it simply, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch. Oh. Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to Lobby 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of? You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to. Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Because we're all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity.
Scruffy! If you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one.
Ouch! But I'm not lying. I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close.
Yes. Oops. Let us present.
Objection!
I have an objection. Whoa, what is it, pal? Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere? Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal? Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench. Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that.
Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this.
You inconsiderate, slovenly pig!
Yay! I promise I'll clean it up later, I swear! Now then, shall we get down to business? To defeat the Huns? That took me a minute to even remember the bit. About the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door. If that really were the case, then how are you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Ah!
Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how'd you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands?
Ouch! It appears that Franziska's whip can do more damage than my words alone can. Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. Honestly, people should just be allowed to eat on the job. So I didn't want to say anything.
Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine.
Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for, you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. That last statement. It may sound like it makes sense. However, there's something else I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us?
Huh? Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal.
Objection!
Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe. But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else. Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you're aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct? Huh? Remind me again, pal.
That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack.
That was written weird. That should have been... Oh wait. Oh no.
Selling...
Yeah, no. Yeah, that looks redundant. By the look of it.
it should either be just selling packs of two Swiss rolls for $6, or selling 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. One of those. Whoa. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Oh. Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that? Ah! I told you I bought it by myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me, so there's no one who could have helped me buy it. Oh, really? Wait, don't tell me. You've got some kind of proof there was someone else in the hallway, don't you? Correct. As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do? Of course I do. What? How? What proof do I have there must have been someone else there in the hallway? Un pink balloon. Una ballona rosa.
Take that!
What? What do you mean? What? Miles, how long do you plan on being strung along by this moronic detective? I was thinking too fast again. Because if you were truly alone all along, then that piece of evidence should not exist. Oh, wait, is it this?
Take that!
Hey! You showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal. Ah, I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls. Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stolen it, you thief! What? I would never do such a thing. All you liars are the same. You start out as thieves. You're under arrest, pal. I don't know if that makes any sense. What? I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. Okay, that was on purpose. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? Ah! This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. Oh. There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, but you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you? No way, pal. You got it all wrong. I ate both of them. Oh. Got you this time. It would appear that we've caught you at last. But hey! Don't you dare do anything bad to that girl! It would appear that they do know each other after all. So, why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow?
I have a name,
Oh, that was not good.
and it's Kay.
K what?
Kay Faraday.
Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter?
I'm not a you. I'm a Kay.
Kay. You know, good little girls don't kick other people. Not unless they can get away with it. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way you do.
Oh, then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister.
Gummy?
I guess she's talking about Detective Gumshoe.
What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong.
Kay. It appears that I'll need to speak with her in a bit more detail.
Now then, Kay.
She's like a stray cat.
I wonder if I should feed her something.
Like a Swiss roll.
Take that!
Amazing you could get penalized for feeding her the wrong thing. Okay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down.
A Swiss roll!
It really belongs to you though, doesn't it?
Yeah. I was saving it for Daddy.
Oh my. Your father, he's, Ah! Don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet.
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking. About how he's not here anymore.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Okay.
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry.
It's alright. Let it all out. Your father did just pass away after all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away.
We can never escape the DL6 picture. Never.
All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me. Yes, child. I feel a certain shared fate. A common bond between us.
Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry?
Ah, you're right. Sorry about that. Okay. Here. How about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes?
Oh, hold up.
No! My cravat! Don't blow your nose on that!
I feel better now. Thanks.
Whoops. Wrong button.
Okay. Are you going to be alright?
Yep. I'm already alright.
Somehow I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it.
I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of strangers.
And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right?
That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises.
You're a very brave girl, Kay.
You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry. Just for you. Thank you very much, lady. It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth, after all.
It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Franziska is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Let's talk about your father. Kay, what kind of person was your father?
Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world.
So to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals.
Psst. That's not actually what prosecutors do. I'm fairly certain.
Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls.
Oh,
I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard.
I see. And what have you been working hard on?
I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together. Also, I figured out how to do the shadow clone jutsu.
A promise notebook. May I take a look inside, Kay?
Sure, okay. It's not a diary.
Oh, it is a diary. It appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero, just like your father.
I'm going to try.
Okay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero too.
Yeah, you're really cool too, Gummy.
Yeah, aren't I, Kay? What is with the two of them? I hand down verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero too.
Yes, and thanks to your also heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail.
I'm really sorry about that.
Gummy's not a bad man, okay?
That poor judge. He's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay.
Yeah, we're friends.
In that case, would you mind telling me tripped on my tongue? Would you mind telling me a little more about him?
Before I do, let's have a look at that book. Okay, Kay's promises to Daddy. Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Reasonable enough. Promise 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. That's just polite. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. I guess. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. That's good. Teach a child critical thinking. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Okay, be a good girl and promise me you'll keep your promises, okay? Love your daddy. Very sweet.
So, I take it you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier?
Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi.
And when was this?
Huh? Oh, before everything got crazy.
How long were the two of you together for?
We only talked for a little while, and then we went on our own ways.
That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Oh, which means we've now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during recess. Isn't that right? Ah! You got me!
I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister!
But he makes it so easy! Ah, very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. I'll pick on him then.
Swiss rolls.
Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay?
Well... I didn't really have a lot of money. And I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one.
Come to think of it... She did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct?
Yeah. Thanks a bunch for doing that, mister.
Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct?
Well, that's why...
Hey! If you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal.
Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest?
Hey, ow! I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question. Goodness.
Sorry about your roughly thing.
Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So here, you can have this one.
But Daddy said... never take things from a stranger.
Ah, that's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct?
Yeah, look, see, it's right here on this page.
We did see it. Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then you can give it back to me next we meet.
Okay. Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers.
Shh. She's learning. Learn your loopholes. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Uh-oh. I believe it's now crystal clear that you were with little Kay in that hallway.
I told you to stop being mean to Gummy. Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve.
I beg your pardon?
You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us.
That's... well...
Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay. Ah, so that's why.
So, what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation.
His reason for lying is very simple.
What?
Here's what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Which piece of it? This?
Take that!
This is that piece of evidence.
What are you showing me that for? It doesn't seem to add anything to the conversation.
I don't get what he's trying to say with that, or do you just like showing it off?
Are you gonna give that to me, mister?
I don't feel that the court needs to enter that into the court record at this time. Ah! What is wrong with everyone? Why are they all teasing me all of a sudden? I hold the evidence which shows the reason why. Ah, crap. Was on hole on guard duty. Other than gunshot, didn't hear a sign of struggle.
Is it this?
Take that!
No, no, it wasn't.
Luckily, they're not penalizing me for this.
Take that!
Mr. Faraday and Kay's promised notebook. How does this explain anything?
If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay.
What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool!
Ow!
Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you?
Because I'm your friend, Kay, that's why.
Gummy!
At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now? I guess there's no beating you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I'd been standing guard for a while. I was getting real hungry, and that snack vending machine was taunting me.
But all the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls.
Yeah, but then like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up.
I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll. But I only had about $1 in coins.
So we pulled my $5 and her $1 together, and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together.
But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said, Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me. So you didn't really get it from me, you know? He told me it'd be okay. And he gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy.
Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate?
Wow. Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together. Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. You could always buy it again? Oh, on what salary? Anyway... Okay, I believe this also belongs to you.
No, that's from the balloon I popped.
It's bad manners to leave garbage laying around, Kay.
I'm sorry.
Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high up on a windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you.
But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half the Swiss roll.
Whoa, you really got me there, pal.
So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister.
So you kicked me, is that it?
You sure are a feisty one.
I'm really sorry, mister.
It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe was cleared of all charges and free to go?
Yeah, sure. Just Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay?
Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we've proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty. Which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murder.
Objection!
Oh,
Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime.
what do you mean?
It is quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Yu.
I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people.
What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy.
Oh, and what have we here? What is a child doing here in a courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child away.
Ah!
Miss Callisto, that girl is Mr. Faraday's.
I know. So what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot.
She has a point. I suppose you're right. However,
As long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective. You were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct?
yeah, but,
You see? Isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He's the only person who could have gone into lobby 2 at the time of the murders.
I have no counter-argument to that.
Don't worry. I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest.
But the investigation's far from over.
Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard?
I suppose it is.
Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence.
Oh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma.
Down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation.
So, we are back to square one.
Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all the circumstantial evidence. This investigation's not over yet. There is still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby 1.
Okay.
Safer progress. Whew.
Right. I'm gonna make myself some tea and maybe get myself a snack. So I'll be back. Yeah. Here we go. Here I am. Back again. Just had a quick chat with my birds while I was waiting for the water to boil. I say chat, they didn't really say anything back. But, BB's feathers have been getting a lot more yellow than before. Now you can actually kinda see the difference between him and Freddy. Because Freddy hasn't changed. He's still that regular gray. Anyway, back to the game. September 10th, 5:45 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby 1.
What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent?
It smells like flowers. Hey. Something else made reference to flower scents.
Uncle Bad, is this it?
Isn't that Detective Bad and Kay over there?
It looks like she managed to escape the bailiff. That's what being a ninja's about.
No, that's not quite it.
I love... I just flashed back to the bit that's like, is this perfume or alcohol? Oh, let me try. Glug, 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 glug. It's perfume.
Too bad. But it's so pretty.
I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it.
Thanks. I'll treasure it always.
Those two seem to get along rather well. Oh, here. I've got something else for you.
Yay! Thank you, Uncle Bad. Earlier, I ate one of these with gummy.
Gummy? Oh, you mean gumshoe.
Gummies! He was trying to be nice to me because I was gonna get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he liked to protect me. Gummy! I know he didn't kill Daddy.
Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying.
But... your father's not a stranger. Her father wasn't a stranger. We're all friends here. Right?
I'm not crying.
Okay.
Oh, it's the mister from before. And the lady, too.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being?
You're not involved in the investigation, so it is for the best if you do.
Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant. So I'm related to the investigation. It's not a conflict of interest.
Is that so, Detective Bad? Yeah, I guess.
What? You were just scolding us like kids not to mess up the crime scene.
She's my niece, what do you want?
Now you let this child run free? Why?
She's my niece, what do you want? People are afraid to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. Miss Yu also had a few things she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that?
No.
I don't have a problem with that, but I am curious as to what Miss Yu is looking into.
Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay?
Alright, counting on you.
Oh, that's right. Hey, mister?
Yes, what is it?
I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So, please, find the real bad guy, okay?
There he is, it's Detective Bad. He's the bad guy. I forgot I have a soundboard. I won't forgive whoever did this. But in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there's no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering. Well, let's talk to Mr. Bad. Here's the bad guy. Detective Bad, what exactly was Kay searching for? Nothing that concerns you, boy.
Oh? And I suppose it has something to do with Kay?
It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste. It sounds like he'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again. I don't have anything to say to you. Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is that overpowering smell that's permeating through this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate. It's that ultra-strong perfume Yu wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window. But that smell's still here.
Oh. Perfume, huh? So the sweet scent in the air is perfume. Seems to do nothing for me.
Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap and no-name brand.
She said it's a famous brand from overseas.
It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff.
No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl. You can have it.
I was born for a much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail.
Was that what she said?
Yes. Why can't she ever be honest about her wants?
You know why. So now we have the perfume Miss Yu wears. Just fantastic.
Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating.
Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about.
Tch.
Let's have a look at that bottle before we do anything else. Oh, we can't look at it. Angel, by the look of it. During the recess, what'd you do? So you were in this room the entire recess?
Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here.
At least your story's consistent.
Earlier, you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu.
Yeah? I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here.
Then what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in two different locations.
Guess I am.
Interesting.
Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you.
Ugh.
Let's see. Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG8 incident.
And as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective on the case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece.
Sorry, I'm just grabbing something.
But because you were the lead detective on the case. You knew. I also know that today's trial involving the Kodobian Embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG-8 incident. Ooh. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me. And tell me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday. And the KG-8 incident. If you already know that much, I guess it'd be alright to tell you. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG-8 incident. It's not exactly a happy story. Other than the people who were directly involved. You two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell.
It was a lollipop the whole time!
The honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. Faraday, you, and I, as you already know, we three were involved with the KG-8 incident. Faraday and I, we were originally on the trial of a smuggling ring. You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano Group's secretaries? That trial was just a front.
A facade?
Yeah, but the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amanos... Sorry, I tripped over myself again. About the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring, CCU was killed. Then what became of the secretary who was arrested? His name was Colin Deveray. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring. But he confessed to knowing about it anyway.
Interesting.
Deveray was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat. The boss man of the Amano Group. He can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved in smuggling?
I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed. But the man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder... Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go?
If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him. That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece, I was supposed to protect them both. Miss Yu did mention that as well. About how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister. But even I, who was supposed to protect them, I fell into their trap.
What kind of a trap?
The holes in this jacket are a testament to that trap. You mean, you were fired upon?
You were shot at that many times in one gunfight?
No. Only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned from the KG-8 incident. I see. I couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was found not guilty. We hit a brick wall as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu.
Let's ask about the relation to Faraday first.
So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well. I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. Kay, I've known her since the day she was born.
Ah,
Faraday and I, we cracked quite a few cases together. Huh, but you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case.
Did we touch a nerve?
I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial. To prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time, to prove or disprove the accusation. But I guess I won't be doing that either. I sense that there's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what's necessary.
let's ask about you first. Miss Yu.
About when you first met Miss Yu. It was on the day the verdict of the KG8 incident was handed down, was it not?
Don't know why I paused there.
Yeah, Faraday and I. We apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do, but... just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face.
Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop at just a slap.
Oh no, she kneed me in the balls too.
If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough.
I suppose not. You said it herself. That she never wanted to see either of us ever again.
Sorry, I'm just figuring out where to put this thing in. It does not like it when I turn my head to my right. Because right now I only have a lamp to my left.
But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct? Yeah, Faraday and I, even after the KG8 incident had come to a close, we continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring.
Is the ring really that big?
I was in pursuit of that ring. Oh, whoops. It was in pursuit of that ring that we met you, Miss Yu, once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor and I, as the lead detective, took to the witness stand. Miss Yu, she appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her client was related to the smuggling ring.
Oh, whoops. Misread that.
Her client was related to the smuggling ring and she was defending them? Yeah. Miss Yu was pursuing the ring as best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time for the same reason.
That is what she said to us.
Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect.
I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG-8 incident, alright?
And for that, you've not a single qualm about defending a known killer.
Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him. Ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable.
You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are.
How dare you insult the daughter of a Von Karma?
Just like us, Miss Yu felt that she'd hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all.
The law is merely a tool. There's no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman.
You two are still too young. But one day, you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met Miss Yu again, in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all.
You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me?
What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel.
Agree. Which is exactly why I am asking you about the Yatagarasu.
What?
The KG-8 incident and the second KG-8. Both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there's one point in which they differ. And that is the presence or absence of the great thief Yatagarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatagarasu, however, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. And then, during recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd?
Miles, Edgeworth! Stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already.
I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time.
A reason, huh?
And so, in order to catch Mr. Faraday's and Mr. Rel's cold-blood killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu.
If it'll help you solve this case, then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught the Yatagarasu.
What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident. Ow!
It still accidentally whipped me anyway.
There are three main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever.
I see. So those are the Yatagarasu's special traits.
Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief.
The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yatagarasu right away.
But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't.
Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet.
Nah.
What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kadopian embassy. The Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence. Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others, knew about. In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yatagarasu who sent it? That's easy. A special card that only the Yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure.
And just what sort of card is it?
Here, take a look at this article. Whenever the Yatagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. Ah, and that's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Yatagarasu now. Oh? Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you? Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive. Damn, dude. I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself. And to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere were found guilty.
Ah, I forgot to look at the window. I'm sure it's fine.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. Ah.
It appears that His Honor's still a bit dispirited.
For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. Oh, I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict.
Franziska, there's no need to further depress His Honor.
But I'm not trying to, Miles.
That's still what you're doing. Your Honor. Right. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor, the evidence? Your Honor?
Oh! Yes, can I help you?
I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir.
Your Honor, do you think you could stay focused long enough to at least do your job?
Yes, I'm sorry. And I would, except that the defense attorney has yet to arrive.
She's busy with the investigation, so let's keep this brief, shall we?
Very well. In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included, so please go ahead and use those in your investigation into their case.
Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding their case. And maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth.
I placed all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you.
I see. Thank you very much. I'll go and confirm they're all accounted for.
What's this?
Evidence that Miss Hugh prepared is just sitting here on this table.
You know you can't just walk off with it, right?
Of course I do. Miss Hugh must have been caught off guard by her client's sudden accusation. I wonder how she would have defended Mr. Rell in that case if he were still alive. So this is the evidence related to today's Cadopian Embassy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag.
You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby 2, right?
Yes. Finally, we can now take a look at the evidence itself and not just data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have time.
Agreed. I want to take a good look at all of the evidence from the embassy murder too.
And why is that?
Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about.
Go on! Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something.
And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today.
I see someone's still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma.
It's all so real to see the knife up close.
So we have a knife, a gun, an envelope, and what's this organizer doing here?
Oh, that's right. I completely forgot to tell you.
About what, Your Honor?
They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside the evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested it be passed along to you. He said it'd help the investigation.
Detective Bad said that.
What a strange stroke of luck.
Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. We may as well flip through it, too.
Heh. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Gun!
This gun. It was originally used to kill the Cadopian Embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rell still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest.
And then, this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic.
Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence.
Knife.
It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday.
Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act?
And it's never crossed your mind that you use your riding crop for the wrong purpose? Well, is a riding crop a piece of art, I ask you? I took a quick look through these documents before the trial started.
Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it.
I suppose I should explain it to you then.
Yes, you should. Perfectly and in its entirety, if you please.
On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot through the heart. Not because of the imminent blood loss and damage to the heart? Did the bullet just stop short of the... Whatever, I'm thinking too hard. Mac Rell was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned, because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot.
A simpleton of a man, that's what he was. Oh my goodness, Francisca, that's your second word! Your first synonym for fool! I'm so proud of you!
Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence he had. Mr. Rell was caught in the act on film by a security camera.
He was an even bigger simpleton than I'd thought. I can't believe he didn't notice a security camera.
Do you know how small and hidden they make those things nowadays?
The Cadobian Embassy security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area.
So, have you seen the contents of the video for yourself?
Yes. The surveillance photo the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rel on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear.
So the footage included sound, huh?
We should remember that for later, just in case.
I don't think I ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life.
Me neither.
Case 1-4 would beg to differ. Wait, case 4-4? No, wait. I'm confusing myself. It's late.
Mr. Faraday's organizer. It appears he was in the habit of using it.
It looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rel convicted down in here.
Let's see. I've collected the evidence I need to prove that Rel was the killer. Between the handgun Rel had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one.
It appears Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rel was the killer in the case.
I mean, when you have security tape.
The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence I can use to prove that Rel is not the real Yatagarasu. It would also appear he had proof that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. He apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. Yeah, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. It's been a long battle. I hope this will finally bring it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claim Mr. Rel may have made about being the real Yatagarasu.
And he had a way to prove that Mr. Rel was the guilty party in the embassy murder.
This organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later.
His strategy for winning. Yes. Baby Edgeworth would write it that way. Oh my god. Begone, spam bot.
Look! There's a picture stuck between these pages here.
It appears to be a key.
Ooh, that looks familiar.
And a rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle.
The craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer?
The Yatagarasu's key?
Detective Bad said something earlier.
What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring. Actually, I have a whole bunch. I have a pair of I have two coasters made for holding my cup, but I'll put it on this one, the one it's meant for. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one that infiltrated the Cadopian embassy, the Yatagarasu. That's what he said. He did, until now. The Yatagarasu would publicize corrupt dealings through the mass media, but not this time. This time, It was something only Faraday and I and a select few others knew about. Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep this secret key safe. Oh, whoops. That was Franziska.
Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep this secret key safe.
Ah! My Z key is really sensitive for some reason.
As prosecutor on both Yatagarasu, both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. That's odd.
What is it?
Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer.
That certainly is odd.
The weapon that was used to kill the Cadopian Embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from?
Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rell. That's the only logical conclusion, right?
No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here.
Yeah, no. Courthouses take a lot of precautions to make sure you don't bring a weapon in.
Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband.
That's the same case in my local courthouse.
Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside.
In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up inside the courthouse?
I have an idea.
I need to think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I'll need to take another good look at the evidence.
Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me? Not yet. Be patient.
Actually, I do know the answer, Franziska.
What? Then what is it?
One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. It was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse.
Oh. Okay. Who's this?
Take that!
This Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentions in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse.
You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth.
You just need to look a bit closer, Franziska, to see what I mean. Don't the color and ornamentation of the key's handle remind you of anything?
They do remind me of the knife.
Very good. Both the Yatagarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife.
You don't seriously mean to say?
It appears that you've finally caught up. Yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same.
But that's impossible!
Even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility.
Ah!
Now then, let us examine this knife in a little more detail.
Just one moment. Give yourself another sip. Oh, the camera really didn't like that. Camera and tracker. Oh.
This is the weapon that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. The handle and the blade itself both have beautiful designs worked into them.
Look, there's even a flower-shaped design in this gold section here. If this hadn't been used as a tool for murder, I'd want it for myself.
She seems to be drawn to the embellishments. Too bad this isn't mine to give.
There's a little button under here. Not quite a button, but a little switchy.
Oh! I can't believe it turned into a key. To think there was such a trick to this thing.
So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key the Yatagarasu stole. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up till now.
Yes. And there are only so few people that would know that this thing is a hidden knife.
Frankly, I'm shocked.
Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife blade inside.
Are you sure?
But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday.
Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could have been is the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief Yatagarasu.
Then maybe Mr. Rel really was the Yatagarasu.
False!
And he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday? Isn't that one possible scenario?
No, not really. Especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bad said earlier, when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, he had no idea.
I see. Yeah, weren't you listening, Francisca? Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else. And that person is the real Yatagarasu.
It seems that this key truly is the key to solving this case. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. And the piece that's missing is a surveillance video that was played in court.
The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
The video showing the moment in which Mr. Rel committed the murder. Where could it have gone, indeed?
Are you done with your investigation of the evidence?
Yes, I'm finished.
I think I have an inkling. And I don't mean a little octopus person.
However, Your Honor, I'm missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence.
Your Honor, were you derelict in your duties?
What? No, I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for?
No, Your Honor. The most important piece of evidence in today's trial, the surveillance video, is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me.
Huh. But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape's still somewhere at the crime scene. Question mark?
I have an idea. I bet you do too.
There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime, Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Oh! It's a baby Lang! Look at that little guy!
That's Detective Bad, but who's he with?
I've never seen that officer before.
So did you find it?
No, not yet. And I've looked everywhere.
I see. Well then, please continue with the search.
Understood. I'll continue the search. Huh. So you're the one running this show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes. How dare you? Just who do you think you are?
Stop, 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 stop!
What was that all about? And who was that man just now?
Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life.
Give it 7 years. Does he even know we're standing right here behind him? He has a mirror!
I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids?
Ah!
It looks like you were paying attention after all.
Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head.
And a mirror in the front. Oh, so that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye out on who or what's behind him at all times. Honestly, not a bad thing. So, tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now?
The guy came here from the Republic of Zhengfa to study. He's Agent Lang. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch.
I guess.
By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication.
He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy's more useful than Gumshoe, even if he's rude.
Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time.
I agree, however, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad?
Earlier, that little girl...
Oh, whoops! Oh, no. I was right. It was Franziska.
Earlier, that little girl was poking around in Lobby 1 as well.
Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you.
I highly doubt that it has nothing to do with me. Fine. If this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him. Hold on. I gotta go back to the other room.
Oh,
So I can look at the window. There we go. I can still smell that perfume, even with the window left open to air out the room.
are you sure they did just forget to close the window, Miles?
Yes, well, I hadn't thought of that.
You've still got a long way to go if you think you can best me, Miles Edgeworth.
I think it's cute that she just called him Miles. This decorative plant's leaves are shinier than the ones on the plant in Lobby 2.
That's probably because it's next to the windows where it's easier to photosynthesize.
You may be right. Plus, the curtains are always drawn in Lobby 2.
The caretakers of this courthouse don't think enough about the plants, do they?
It's because they're the courthouse's caretakers, not a bunch of botanists. Then maybe they should hire a botanist. Is that so bad? Is that such a bad idea? This expensive painting is ill-suited to be hanging on the wall of this room.
I wonder if a guard detail should be placed on it.
Why do you say that?
Well, a desperate, low-paid detective might make off with it someday. You never know.
She
she may be thinking about hiring a guard. But it's obvious she isn't factoring in that guard's salary whatsoever. You can see down into the courthouse courtyard from here. Say that 10 times.
What is that mess supposed to be? It's like an optical illusion.
I believe it's supposed to be postmodern in design.
More like thoughtlessness in design.
Can't disagree there.
TV! TV? TV! TV? TV? TV!
Sound like a lobotomized psychic child. It may not look like much, but I find that ordinary tables like this one are very useful. That was not a dig at anything, that was a reference to Psychonauts.
I think it's time they bought a new one. I wonder if they will replace this table if I hit it enough with my whip.
A much too heavy-handed method if I ever saw one. Wait.
Damn! They got me. I didn't even get to look at the TV. Alright. Let's step on the... Can I? Nope. Can I?
The curtains are shut tight.
The color of those curtains is rather gloomy. For a place where people's lives are in the balance, they could have chosen to hang something a little more cheery, you know?
I know, however, I think the designer had more things to think about than the lobbies.
Well, as of on Karma, I would afford any location related to the law extra attention to detail.
A bit obsessive, aren't we?
Was this table here all along?
I suppose so.
Objection!
Yeah. Well, clearly it's out of place. When you take the sofa into consideration, that table is much too tall. No one's sitting at the table on the couch. You realize this?
I get the impression that the two are not meant to be used as a set, Franziska.
I knew that.
It seems she's lost her calm sense of judgment in her eagerness to defeat me. Ugh.
Hold on. I think I can do better. Yeah. As usual, I can only do better with the keyboard. I mean, I could use my controller, but I just didn't feel like it.
I wonder if the killer used these plastic bags in a flash of inspiration.
With that detective? I somehow doubt he's that quick-witted.
So you're saying that this crime was thought out in advance?
With that detective? I somehow doubt he's capable of making such a complex plan.
Franziska, when will you learn to take responsibility for your statements?
I'm just a little baby. I'm just a little guy.
I suppose it's impossible to enter or exit through these windows thanks to these bars.
I suppose you're right.
Actually, that's not true. I bet a person of small stature could slip in. Franziska, would you care to help me test my theory? Famous last words. Ah! Drat, I must remember to be more tactful around the vertically challenged. Good God. Though, as a short person myself, at around 5 feet, I do enjoy the phrase vertically challenged.
That is one tiny television. That's tiny to you?
Franzi, you definitely were
You were a rich daughter. Detective Gumshoe was rather shocked at this and said it was huge compared to his own.
Anything you compare with something he owns will always seem grandiose.
Speaking of grandiose, I'd say that ego of yours could use a little deflating. Heyo!
What is it? Nothing. I thought we had another puzzle piece to logic out, but I guess I must have dealt with it already?
Oh, actually, it might have been a red herring.
Earlier, you were in Lobby 1, and now you're here in Lobby 2. You're quite the busy man, Detective Bad. Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say. I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct? I don't have anything left to say to you, boy.
Boy,
You'll see. I will draw my answer from you one way or another.
Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation?
I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think?
Ah,
Please, we're asking you for just a bit more of your cooperation. Don't push me, kid. I'd like to ask once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime. I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time.
sorry, I'm about to finish my tea. Ah. It was getting cold.
Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about?
things you don't know about. But aren't you supposed to know everything?
He should. Wait. Is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I could try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting some answers from Detective Bad.
Alright. Let's show it to him.
Detective Bad, did you know of the existence of the item in this photograph? Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case. In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this Yatagarasu's key are one and the same? What? That's impossible.
It looks like he didn't know after all.
This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct? I guess so. However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was in fact a knife. Yeah, I have to admit neither one of us knew that fact.
Oh, I might have said something earlier. Whoops.
If neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How do we miss something as big as this? I noticed that since a little while ago, you've appeared to be searching for something. I presume that this key was what you were searching for? Yeah, that's right. And why were you searching for it? Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who'd have thought that the key was what took Faraday's life. Detective Bad. So that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more. Alright. But it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change. Detective Bad, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in Lobby 2 and what you experienced in Lobby 1. My answer is still the same. And this is the last time I'm going to do this. But that's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up.
Gosh, it is warm in my room. I think I need to turn the fan power up on my air conditioner. Give me a minute. It's been rainy and humid and summery, and it's been horrid. Find the truth behind this case. Ooh, man wears eyeliner. Looks good.
I was in Lobby 1 talking with Miss Yu. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, Miss Yu and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran into Lobby 2.
It sounds like the exact same story he told us before.
Indeed. However, I feel that we have yet to draw out all of the information that we can.
Rebuttal.
Oops. Talking with you. Talking about some trivial things. Let's ask about these trivial things.
I was hoping you could expand on what exactly you were discussing with Miss Yu. Trivial stuff. There's nothing important. That's for me to decide. Alright, I suppose it is for him to decide. Moving on then.
Had the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene.
Hold it!
Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary? I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from murder, that would give that other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now. Sure.
Whoop. Go back. No. No, go back. God dang it! I'm talking about trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. Balloon?
Objection!
Aha!
Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? It's the same color as the one Kay was holding.
Oh, so you knew about the girl's balloon?
Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her. Well, as you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon. So, what about the balloon? I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point? What are you getting at?
This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of Lobby 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook for a gunshot. Gunshot.
Oh. So the sound that the judge heard wasn't actually a gunshot, huh?
On top of that, His Honor said that he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before trial was to reconvene.
Yes. Which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at that time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon pop as well.
So?
Well, don't give me a so.
We just proved that there was a flaw in your testimony.
The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivete cracking.
What?
And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? It's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked.
What is that supposed to mean?
The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbing material.
Yeah, that would do it.
Then, you mean,
So in fact,
since I was shut up inside Hot Lobby 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound.
that means nobody should have heard that sound.
No!
Gah!
I knew that's what he was going to say. I don't think he did.
Then that means that Scruffface's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle.
Whoa! That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now do you get it, kids?
Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic.
Claws in his logic.
Not the other way around.
The other way round. It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examination the situation in reverse, a person standing in the hallway shouldn't be able to hear the real gunshot either.
That's what I'm saying!
And yet, Detective Gumshoe claimed to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. The open window! Detective Bad? If that's the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot?
What do you mean, how? I just did.
It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words.
Oh? How so?
If the rooms are as soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears?
Ah, I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it from Faraday's murder than I thought.
Which means, what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to?
It boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how Detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have. I think I got it.
It looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again, huh?
The state of the crime scene? Wait, can it be? It's that ultra-strong perfume! She spilled some. Wah! And way too noisy.
Right, yes.
I know where the surveillance tape went.
Where did it go?
I know where it went. I know where it went. I know what happened. Wah! Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of logic.
What do you mean?
Ah, was I thinking too fast again? Let's try this instead. Because we know that the link is clear. It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows. And yet, the fragrance of her perfume managed to escape from Defendant Lobby 1. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely through these open barred windows. That's a way to logic it. Alright. Sound. Now then, what else besides a smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound! So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. And since the windows in both Defendant Lobbies 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. It was set up. The missing piece of evidence is a video. That shows the movement. Oops. The moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite the impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess, and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me. It's the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place.
Miles, what have you been thinking about?
What is this weird sandwich?
Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again.
We're standing way too close to this old man. It is not a waste of time to think, for I have figured out where we should look.
And where would that be?
I believe we should examine the television. Pointing right at it! The TV! The one you're pointing on! Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Hey, this window's open. The window's wide open.
The scent of flowers is being blown in from the outside. I think it softens the heavy air in here somewhat.
The windows in both Lobby 1 and 2 were opened.
Maybe they were trying to air out the room, just like in Lobby 1. Or maybe they sought to ease some of the tension with some fresh air.
With Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell in the same room, I imagined the latter to be the case. But was there really a need to open the window just for that?
TV!
Earlier, when Detective Gumshoe touched this, it made a most terrible racket.
You mean when Scruffy turned the television on, right?
Oh, I thought it was because he'd touched like an open wire or something. But that wouldn't make a sound. It would sting like the dickens. I've done that before. Burnt my middle finger. Actually, come to think of it, I don't think Detective Gumshoe actually touched the television at all. Furthermore, it seemed more like when a video feed suddenly stops. At least, it did to me.
I wonder why that is. The VCR!
It's a video player, and there seems to be a videotape inside.
Looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end.
This tape. Could it not be the missing surveillance tape?
I suppose, but
Detective Bad, would it be alright with you if I verified the contents of this video? Sure, knock yourself out.
alright, then let's rewind this and see what we have.
Mind the volume.
At least.
Oh, this is gonna take a while. If I remember correctly, the footage of Rel killing the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape. Understood. This should be about right. Now then, let's see.
This is the footage of Mr. Rel shooting the embassy staff member.
I knew it. The missing piece of evidence. The surveillance video. It was here all along. The sound. What is the meaning of this? It appears Detective Bad's figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder.
Do you mean you figured it all out then?
Yes. All I have to do now is show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was. And through where they heard it from.
Fine. In that case, show me what you've deduced.
Now to show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was. And through where they heard it from.
We can deduce.
Eureka!
This piece of evidence will clear away the last remaining contradiction in this case.
Miles, I believe that piece may actually be proof of a different last of sorts. It proves that today will be your last day as a prosecutor. What?
It appears I've made a mistake.
What? What? Eh? Huh? Was it the window? Am I thinking too fast again? Did I think it too fast? I was thinking too fast.
If the door and windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed, the killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser.
That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were.
However, what happened in reality was Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot.
Well, the windows in lobbies 1 and 2 in the hallway were open. So, naturally, the people in those locations could hear it.
But then, why would the criminal open the windows in the first place?
To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose.
Correct. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this.
But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction. Whoosh!
Very well. I believe that the killer wants to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of?
When the crime took place.
The killer wanted to fabricate a time of death to their precise wishes. And they used the gunshot from the surveillance video to do so.
Yeah. So that's why the tape was left running.
You mean that gunshot I heard was from this video? Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. It must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. someone who has no alibi for that time period and planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer.
Healed! We are close to the end, I think, of this case.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes? What is it?
Miss Yu's asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer, but that she wants to clarify something.
It looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something.
Understood. Please tell her I'll be right over. I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth.
To be continued. I will save my progress. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm going to take this moment to put my cup in the sink and rinse it out and dry it and maybe grab a snack and stretch my leggies. Alright, I'll be back. Wee. Ah! Tracker, please! Ugh.
I am back. I had a Tim Tam. My dad is, watching the cricket. South Africa v, Sri Lanka. It said on the TV that South Africa was leading by 192. I asked Dad, I was like, so which one's winning? And he's like, I'll tell you when the game finishes. Oops, I already saved. I've never known how cricket is scored, and I will never know. I will never figure it out. Here we are in courtroom number 3.
Baby!
Okay, what are you doing here? Did I mention what snack I grabbed? It was a Tim Tam.
Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating.
But the object you're looking for is already...
Okay, don't mind him. Please, continue with your investigation.
Okay, you got it.
Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for?
If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any little task will do.
Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought. I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth.
I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest.
The moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest! Oh, isn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved this case already. Don't you?
We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds.
Oh, I see we even have a viewer in the gallery. And why, even Mr. Bad's here.
A viewer in the gallery? I am hardly just a bystander.
I have a duty to see this case through to the end. No matter how it turns out.
Oh, is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. I've taken statements on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there's no possible route of escape from Lobby 2. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe.
And that's all you have?
Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion, and this case.
Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there's always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case, don't you think?
Oh, how absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing. But alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony.
If my logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do now is to prove it by showing who the real killer is.
Everyone, sans the subject, has an alibi for when the gun went off.
Sans is the subject? What?
Sorry, my soundboard does not have a da-da-da-da. I wouldn't even know how to load it in. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirmed that there's no possible escape route from Lobby 2. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion. That Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth. Oh, misplaced full stop. That should be a comma.
But of course. There's no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump cards she has up her sleeve.
Kirifura. I think that's the word. Does they?
Hold it!
The suspect. But I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven.
Are you joking, Edgeworth?
I assure you this is no joke.
Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll.
Yes, that's correct.
But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking.
I see she's done her research well, which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever she's withholding.
The areas around the crime scene have been thoroughly
Hold it!
investigated. Have they?
Whether they've been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide.
Oh, the scrunched eyebrows and lines on your forehead are back. Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene, Lobby 2, has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible subject.
But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through a window into the garden?
This is the first place everyone looked, silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad?
Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows.
Especially not if they're barred.
There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden. I suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case.
Oopsie. Stop that. So, a possible escape route from lobby number 2. Well, we kind of know that already. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Wait a minute.
Hold it!
The suspect.
Wait, no, wait.
Oops. I thought Detective get out, but the alibi. Okay.
Now to confirm there's no possible escape route from lobby number 2.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely positive that there are no possible routes of escape?
Of course, I'm sure.
And why are you so certain?
This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there was an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future. Ow!
Hold it!
You may think it's unshakable, but to me there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand?
Oh, but you're the only one still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with.
Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right?
Left, actually.
I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing. I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we've really reached the end now. I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francisco or myself speaking with you about the subject. Ah, but there were witnesses. For you, there's your mentor, who gave you an alibi. I see.
As for little Missy, she came to the courthouse during a recess and was stopped by a security guard at the door to the hallway. She gave him quite the whipping for that, or so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard, or a bailiff, or anyone else.
Wait. So, basically the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was because she found out I was to be the replacement prosecutor. By the way, Miss Yu, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty?
What about them?
Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time?
What kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot, till the time Mr. Bad and I arrived on the scene as we dashed from lobby 1, the only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when that gunshot you heard went off? What then? That gunshot was a trap meant...
Objection!
Whoops. Hold on. I need to see the... Gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate our perception of when the crime took place. I see. Sorry, sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1. Care to explain how that could have been fabricated?
Take that!
That tape?
Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell which the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2, which was connected to the large television that had its volume turned all the way up. You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot from the video. Ah, but I do. Which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. That's the only thing I can think of, too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer was someone other than Detective Gumshoe.
Objection!
Sounds from a television doesn't amount to much here. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew, didn't we, Miles?
Yes, of course. We know about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until only a little while ago.
That's right. And if the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. And yet, we heard the gunshot, clear as day.
And?
And? That's it. End of story.
But it's not. How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from a soundproof room?
The windows were open.
There is actually one common point between lobbies 1 and 2. And that is that, despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each one.
You're not laughing.
Now, we know that the window in lobby 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby 1 was also opened.
Objection!
It's probably just coincidence that they were both open at the time.
Objection!
Oh no. It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window opened in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened. And the person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is... Well, it's not Von Karma. It's not...
No, you know who it is? The only person that would wear cheap, strong perfume.
Take that!
Miss Callisto Yu. I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. What?
What? You indict me? What? Your lipstick slipped. Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she's the killer?
I don't understand her motive just yet. But of course I'm serious. And don't call me Shirley. Because she's the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now?
Of course I do, Edgeworth.
My argument must not be tight enough yet.
Although I never thought things would spiral into this. But I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance. Quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? You argue that the window was opened. However, do you have proof that it was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this. Especially with logic as full of holes as yours.
Ah, but you're not shooting through the holes. You're just pointing them out. Now this is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down for even a second, or the truth will blow away. Now's the time to put the patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test.
You argue that the window was opened. However, do you have proof it was I that did that?
Ooh.
I'm tempted. Very tempted.
Hold it!
Evidence? All I need to do is have some prints analyzed and we know straight away.
Huh. Be my guest.
She sounds as though she has the room to maneuver. Which means, even if we were able to lift prints, they'd only show that it was someone else, but why that someone else was forced to open the window? That's simple logic. Why don't I try presenting that piece of evidence? I have nothing to lose.
What's wrong? The scrunched eyebrows, lines on your forehead, they're all back. More importantly, are you gonna be okay not running a fingerprint analysis?
Yes, I'll be fine.
Oh, well in that case, I'll just continue with my testimony, alright? Actually, we don't need to do that. That's not the bit. We got you, sis.
I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu?
Edgeworth? I never knew you were into that, wearing that kind of perfume.
It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know.
Shut up. Let boys wear floral scents.
But this isn't mine.
That's right. It's mine. And I received it from Detective Bad, you see.
Miss Yu, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much is for sure. That you are the one who gave this bottle of perfume to Detective Bad.
And that you're super easy to rile up. So,
What about the perfume? While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That's according to Detective Bad. No, I know. You also knew that if you spilled it, he would naturally move to open a window.
Objection!
Come now. I've already told you that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby 1, I just left it open, you know. So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window.
Objection!
The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time. You mean... Miss Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into Lobby 1, when you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's premeditated events could only have been thought up by you, Miss Yu.
you accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume.
Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse.
Why does everyone say grow weary? Just say you're tired. Exhausted, even. All this runaround just makes me want to take a big old nap. Is that so hard?
Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all.
Why, it couldn't be me.
Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top.
But I suppose
Forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma.
in any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Miles, her testimony, it's flawless. No, it's not.
Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. And if I'm lacking in information, I'll just draw it out of her.
That means press the statements.
Let's press this statement. I'm interested in what
Hold it!
Edgy will say. I formally request that you desist in your attack against my mentor.
Yes, or we'll sue you for defamation.
All I'm doing is telling the truth. Well, maybe more like spreading gossip.
That's not the...
Although your adamant denials are, shall we say, just adding fuel to the fire. Oh, I hate that logic fallacy. That denying something makes it more true.
What?
How dare you? How dare you?
Say such a thing.
Calm down, little girl. Don't let her get to you.
Huh. Oh, why'd you have to ruin my fun?
Well, shall I continue?
I guess it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. Why not?
Hold it!
Why exactly could you not have killed him?
I was just about to testify to that. You're such an impatient man. I'm not really into that, you know, Edgeworth.
How old are you, ma'am?
22. Not cool.
Your preferences have no bearing on what's at hand.
Feeling a little uncomfortable, are we?
Ah,
Objection!
Miss Yu, you will desist in this tomfoolery and return to your testimony. And Miles, if you're going to lose your cool, then I won't show you any mercy.
sorry. Miss Yu, please continue with your testimony.
Sure. As I was saying, I couldn't have possibly killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him even came from. Okay,
Hold it!
let's learn a little more. At this rate, she'll inevitably escape. What if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday? Then she must have known about the existence of the knife.
I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag.
Miles, what do you think you're doing?
I'm drawing the truth out of her. That's what I'm doing.
Huh? But I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial hall earlier today.
Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use.
Oh, so that's what you're trying to do? Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key the Yatagarasu sent. And unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest.
I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony.
Sure, why not? I'll even say it as many times as you like. There was a key in this evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key. Kingdom Hearts is light, yada yada yada.
Objection!
Miss Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me?
Take a look at this graph!
This is a picture of the key the Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it in fact has a secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Well, with the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Gah. Do you understand now? Just knowing of the existence of the key. I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. You would, even now, still feign ignorance. I'm not feigning anything. But we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma. I've heard some very interesting rumors about him.
Are you mocking my papa?
Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now, take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real.
Well, who knew there was such a trick to this thing?
Are you satisfied now? But of course, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the key were one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of law enforcement and who would never have been privy to this trick, would never have known about it to begin with. Furthermore, there's something that the Yatagarasu said to the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was?
Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rill off, he told me. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. But he didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms.
Objection!
Yeah, right.
What you're saying is simply not possible.
Oh? And why not?
Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentions nothing of a knife.
Objection!
I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know? Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to oral communication?
Objection!
Unfortunately, that's also impossible. Because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. What would have been highly classified information, even within the police force, and is something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition?
Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh?
How can you laugh at a time like this?
I laugh when I'm stressed out. Most people do that. She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it.
Yeah, people do in fact like smile and laugh when they're stressed out. Because it's like a calming mechanism, I think.
But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with.
I suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know you know the real nature of the knife.
Do you know?
Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me?
Oh, I will, and I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it, the moment of truth. The secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person would have had knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatagarasu's key could change into a knife?
Why? The Yatagarasu themselves.
Chat.
Take that!
There's only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key.
And that is?
And that is the person who sent the key to the police in the first place.
Waggle, waggle, waggle.
That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself.
Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu?
Miss Yu, You used Mr. Rel to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You who profess to bear a grudge against criminals. Why? Why do something like this? Hmm?
Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than when I sneak into someplace.
You!
You.
You killed Faraday? Why? Answer me, Callisto, you.
Callisto you, huh?
That's not my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yadagarsu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity. Which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarsu in court. But once we entered recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them, eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Rel cased only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both.
But didn't you say you despised criminals?
But do I really?
You... Have you forgotten about the KG-8 incident too?
Maybe.
What sort of woman would...
So then, was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent?
Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarsu by using this Yatagarsu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered Lobby 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatagarasu's key, just like that. He never noticed that I had changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life.
How could you kill him?
I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death.
But if you killed Mr. Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well.
I believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness.
And how that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they'd kill each other.
Then, the trick with the surveillance tape.
Yes. I hadn't actually planned to use a gun.
The risk was too high that I'd be caught.
However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape. Which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work with a bullet.
You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client?
Client? If you want to talk about who was a client of whose first, it was me.
Huh?
I was the client in the murder of the Cadopian Embassy staff member, Dead Man.
You ordered a hit job.
Oh, you still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad. I had Dead Man killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination?
It can't be. You're...
That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring.
What? How could this... You don't mean... You're working with Manny Cochin too, do you?
Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. The Yatagarusu claims to be noble, but you are just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. The Yatagarusu is just another killer.
Be quiet. You! Yatagarasu. You can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court.
Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know? The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is?
Huh?
No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. Ah! You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yatagarasu's key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it.
You mean the key was your real target?
And even after I gave you such great advice, didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence.
You two get down. My body... I can't move.
Hey, mister! To your right!
You! Are you alright, Franziska?
I'm perfectly fine, Miles.
Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot. Sorry, but it looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon. Detective Bad, are you alright? I heard a gunshot. I'm okay. I just got another hole in my jacket. He may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken. But more importantly, boy, I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma. Are you two hurt?
I'm absolutely fine.
I'm also alright, thanks to Kay. Speaking of Kay, where is she? I don't know. She just sort of disappeared. I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir? Detective Bad, sir? I'm sorry I doubted you. Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Well, I lied to you guys too, after all. I heard about what happened. From Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable.
Like that's ever been punished in this game series.
But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Huh. Now, don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay?
You got it, Pops.
Pops. Watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we?
Way to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment. I should get back to the investigation. I swear, I'll catch Callisto U if it's the last thing I do. Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care. Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. Maybe in the next 7 years. Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything. Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison.
My goodness. Oh, Judge.
I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, it was no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor.
Well, even if we didn't have His Honor's testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf.
Yeah. I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective. Well, so long as you're not fired. You should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well.
He's gonna fail step 1, step 2, and step 3, unfortunately.
Oh, one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me. She did? Oh, what is it? What was it that Kay left for me? The proof of their friendship.
The Swiss roll?
Take that!
It's a courthouse special Swiss roll! Can I really have it? Yes, it's a present meant for you after all. Aw, thanks a bunch! You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now. Sure, go ahead. The Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay bought together. While the one Kay saved never reached her father, it would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective.
He's so happy it's though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own.
Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him. Whoa! God, that was good, pal. I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day. It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something. I gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait. Where is she? You only noticed just now? Was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? Detective Bad left to go search for her. Maybe you should go join him. Oh yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first, you know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh?
Ah!
I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Ah! Oh, I love this. Look how happy he is.
And look how much of a vampire Edgeworth looks. I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement.
We should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa.
Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective. Roger, sir, and don't you worry. I'll investigate the next case raw and real well. I'll, be counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. And I don't mean that terrible perfume. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I've tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now...
So? Do you remember now?
Yes. I remember everything. Weird. Kay. It's been a while. Kay, you sure grew up a lot.
Of course! But thank goodness. I thought you two had totally forgotten about me.
You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time?
Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They lived really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much.
Oh, was that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're all right.
So does it all make sense now?
You betcha it does.
Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently and,
Hold it!
Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay. Huh? First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? The Yatagarasu was Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father.
No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father.
Huh? Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu?
Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I knew for sure.
But that's impossible.
How? Explain. What's with that look? You don't believe me?
It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now.
Explain. Alright then. How do you explain this?
It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing.
Yep. That's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father.
Wow. Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor. He was really a great thief, huh?
Yeah. My father worked really hard to steal the truth. But he was killed. And the Yatagarasu was no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently.
Someone other than you.
Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article. Yatagarasu sends card to embassy, evening edition.
The Yatagarasu sent the embassy a calling card.
Yeah, meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto Yu lady is behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out.
But the Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized.
Excuse me.
That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves.
Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up and I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out. So that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it would be you, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you're saying that I have your father's and Miss Yu's identities backwards?
Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real, noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace.
Kay. Kay, you're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit. Mr. Edgeworth. You guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now?
Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman.
That evil woman. You mean Callisto Yu?
I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself.
I mean, you are a baby and she's a grown woman. A grown woman with a gun.
But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she was, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me?
Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you.
Huh? Owe me? For what?
When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I'm not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid.
Then, you mean...
Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time's come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you.
Mr. Edgeworth, thank you.
Yay! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Isn't that great, Kay?
Yeah, it sure is, Gummy.
Even though he'd completely forgotten about her till just now. What is it with that chummy relationship? The great thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Bird and Faraday, Callisto Yu, and Kay. Kay Faraday, the phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu, and the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay.
The end. Or the, since I'm blocking the end bit.
Save!
Turnabout ablaze, my beloved. I will be back next week with the beginning of this dreaded case. And if you haven't seen it before, allow me to demonstrate why I am not the only person who dislikes this case. But until then, goodness gracious, I've been live for 5.5 hours. I forgot. This was a longer one. Well, it's time for me to wrap up. You take care of yourselves. And I'll take care of myself. And I will see you next week for Turnabout Ablaze. Catch you then. Doobly-oo-bloo-bloo-bloo-bloo-bloo.